Okay. Alright, today I want to actually do a bit more coding. Hopefully make some progress this time, rather than fail to make any progress. Change the view. There we go. Okay, so CPU number, let's try to make things work. Okay, first off, let's try to figure out what needs to actually flip. If this is negative, everything flips, and the sprite looks bad. Okay, if this folder with literally everything except the collision box flips, then everything looks better. Negative x and negative y? Just negative x. Because if this request was like this, and folder was flips like this, it's fine, it's still facing up, but if they were linked, then it would be facing down, which is bad, so we just want it unlinked, so then I need to go to CPU and go to its code, right? Idle behavior. Okay. Self.scale. No. It should not be self.scale. It should be the scale component dot node dot scale I think. I did not have it run. It turned around, but the arrow didn't turn around. And the scale component node is the folder, right? Yes. So it should be doing it. So why is it not? So current scale denotes current scale times negative x Can I just do time dot x? No. It is not enabled. Dummy. Okay. That clicked me through that? Okay. That's why it wasn't enabled. That's why things were going terribly. Okay. If I do that, it stops though, right? Okay. It scales the proper way so that it fits. It's just offset from the look of it. Well, it's on the wrong side initially, so that kind of makes sense. Okay, let's change the transform. Okay, so then it should not attack if should not do this idle behavior if is underscore attacking. Whoa, why did that take a while? Okay. So now if it sees you, it should just attack. It's got more reach than me. Yeah, that's fair. That's a little funny. Yeah, basically playing soccer in a way, but it's just terrible. Whoa, that went flying. Um, already is enabled, right? It had an error or something. Idle behavior, and then I want something that's like chasing behavior. So let's have a boolean, roar, chase, colon, bool, equals false. No, not equals audio effect spectrum analyzer instance. Okay. Okay, that's a bit confusing. Then a function. Right. Okay, so I'm going to keep it for that. If array for array collides array dot get collider. And I just want to print this right now, just to see what I'm getting. What are all these print statements, my guy? Alright, input manager maybe? No, not significant enough. State print isn't being used. Those aren't significant, nor is those. This one isn't doing it. I forget. So this one has the crouching. What are the numbers? Does that also take into account stuns? No, it's yes. Yeah. It says slash? Entity, character body, this number. would be itself. It's not printing this. What does this function actually do? I just want to see it print that something is colliding with it. What other functions do we have? It doesn't print anything when it collides, which is really weird. Hmm. Maybe because it's not being called. Doi. Okay. Let's validate that this is a hurt box. So if this is a hurt box area, still saying the same thing. Okay. Mm, if it's a hurt box, thing to chase or thing to chase. This would be a host, which is a behavior, an entity base. We should give them the hint. Int case equals self.host. Then I want it to face in the direction of host. So int to chase. How do I want to do this then? I could do a position subtraction. Self.position minus thing chase.global position. Self.global position minus this. Okay. Var delta. If delta dot sign equals -1, colon, -1, +1. So if it's negative, this should be negative. If it's positive, then it should be positive. A valid vector and int 4 equals. Sure. Okay. Granite. Oh, that's because it's multiplication, not setting. Okay, so that's just the opposite, meaning flip the sign. It does change if there's something else to target, which is okay. That's something. I suspect it's going to be stuck still. Um, on ready, I should have a variable for home position var home equals vector 2. Hmm. How do I want to design the combat? Should I just go ahead with guacamole style combat, where I spawn a bunch of enemies in an area, and then you fight them, and then you leave after you beat them? Or do I have just enemies that are around? Hmm. Them being around makes it harder, I think. I think keeping the enemies contained is a good idea. Mm, okay. Chase behavior and velocity.x equals times delta dot sign. Is that right? Okay, that's running away. Why is it like that? A little odd, but alright. Velocity. Sure. No, it chases me, kind of. That's pretty simplistic behavior, but I think it's fine. Once it's close enough, it tries to attack. We can add more impact to that attack. We can also make this thing faster by having a chase speed instead of a walk speed. I'll make it faster than the player, unless they're dashing, I guess. So you actually can't just walk away, you have to run away. It will chase after you, and then you'd have to fight it. Everybody doesn't have a hitbox. Okay. Or hurt box. Okay, so that's reasonable. We are just like checking the position. If when do I want it to not be? So if delta greater than or equal to 300, base equals false. And just in case, we'll use velocity x times that, maybe? In that case, we'll make it 200. Is that far enough? No, it's still moving fast. But wait, that's absolutely not less than 200. It is surely more than 200. Wait a second. If a thing to chase exists, then chase equals false. But when it collides with something, okay, but if chase to and chase. Okay. Ooh, that's bad. That's pretty bad. That means it should not be this, but instead this velocity. Sign. Does this work? I'll see a vector. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. That's one thing. Situation. Okay. If I'm too far, it alternates and the ray is just invisible. No, that was on turnaround. Okay, that's bad. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Okay. If the velocity is 0, walk, else it should. Okay. So it's walking back and forth. Uh, is that the chase speed or the walk speed? I forget. It seems to be the same speed. I guess this is 2000 since this area is actually pretty small. That should be 2000. That was not 2000, okay. This is 8. This is more, okay, it's not following me per se properly. Yeah, so it seems to be going to fast speed, which is not what I want. Which means if it's the chase velocity or still chasing? Yeah. Get far enough away. I'm sorry? Chase should be off by now, right? But if it only works one side, that's gonna be a little annoying. It is on walk speed. Okay. Let me print delta. So that's negative. Okay. Script. Absolute value. This is greater than 2000. Stop chasing. If I change how I calculate delta, so the position of the block, or the enemy, is if I swap these, does this break anything? Yes. Yes, it does. It immediately breaks things. Okay. Because that's how everything is programmed to be. But if I swap this, 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 and this. Oh, that's even worse. What the hell? Yeah, no, I think it was better. That's like what it was before. Because it would chase, and it wouldn't do that before. Doesn't seem to be breaking. It's not flipping from the look of it. It's not flipping an idle. It's just because it's just not programmed to yet. Um, um, if velocity x dot sign wanted to see idle behavior, not this. Okay. Lip keys. There we go. That's working. So now it walks back and forth, and if it gets close, it chases after you and tries to kill you. Okay. That's a pretty basic enemy, and I think it's fun. Yeah. I could use this to be a stealth section. Yeah. So that's pretty basic, but seems to work fine for me, I guess. I would like if it stopped for a tiny bit and then turned around. If I affect this turning around, I don't think the turning around would be effective. But if I just add like a small wait timer for it to walk, and then see the turn time. Okay. If turning, which means I need a variable for it. Right. Doesn't scale component have a turning? Yes, we have an is turning. Okay. So then, if scale component dot is turning colon velocity equals 0, and then I forgot that the text is not correct. I'm not making a video. I forgot about that text. Well, I might as well change it to go back and do that after I finish this. If it is turning, velocity equals 0 and return. Turn. And then the scale component has 60 frames. Did not do what I wanted. Okay. had a 3 before. What if I put it before the timer? Stop. Oh, I'm turning every frame, aren't I? When I set scale, turning is always on. Right? Turning starts prescale timer. Then when it stops, it scales. And it changes the values. Mm. Mm. No, and this turning around thing just breaks it. For being too large. Yeah. So I'll have something else then that's more coded var is underscore turn. Okay. And then in idle behavior, let's see if the message is not doing anything. Idle behavior, stop. If we are turning, when are we turning? We are turning when the timer stops. If is turning, colon, equals, false. All of this. Else, velocity x equals 0. If turning is false, start walk timer. So if we were turning, stop turning, and then start the timer for walking. Else, this is TLDR. Start the timer for turning around. Try it. And then this is the problem that causes no ability to scale. I could save the velocity that's going to be next. This isn't it, really. Just moving in the same direction. Um, great. Okay. Let's see if Claude has a solution to this. Or as long as I don't have, if I haven't, if the timer for my thing is done. Okay. General inquiry. Let's see. Can you redo this code to clean it up and make so that there is a pause in the idle behavior so that it walks, stops, then walks in the other direction. Feel free to make major edits. And since this in fightvaina, it should know the skill component has not been edited. Is that the only component I'm using here? Yeah. So frame timer and scale components have not been changed yet. Let's see what it decides on. If it works, hopefully this time. Um, did I make a spelling mistake? No, single case. Single case, okay. Ooh. Let's see. Let's see how this works first. Okay, walks immediately, turns around, waits for a little. Okay. We got close, but AI beat us. So, there's that. What is the value that controls turning around? Pause time. Yeah, okay. So, for my sanity and clarity, I am going to rewrite some of this, or edit some of it into something that's clearer for me. Velocity x is the walk velocity if facing right, otherwise it's the opposite direction. Ternary is not clear. After facing right, velocity equals x. Yeah. Okay. And then we update the scale, which I don't like. It's the only way to do it without making it more than one line. Uh, why is this called in more than one place? Start walking, start pausing, start. It starts these things. Okay. Idle state equals idle state dot pausing. Start pause time. Velocity is 0. As well as flip direction. Wait, does it walk and then flip? It flips and walks? I need to see this in a little bit more time. So 100 here. It turns around and then walks backwards. If I put flip direction after start pausing, it probably wouldn't do the same. If I put it in pausing, does it do it? Oh my goodness. Stops, then turns. Yes. Okay. Okay, change this back to like 30. 200, walk time, seems reasonable. Chase velocity, chase range. Chase behavior. More ray and rays if any ray is colliding, and ray dot get collider is a hurt box. If there is no thing chasing or is not chasing, turn. Okay, and then delta is basically the same. This is unchanged. If it's greater than chase range, return is facing right equals delta dot x minus less than 0. That's a strange way to do it, but sure. Because we are setting the direction we want. If delta dot x is less than 0, we should be facing right. Then update the scale. Sorry, but I lost to this thing. Gosh darn it. Here I thought I could go coding the thing and understand it myself, and then I ask it for major changes, and it is significantly different. When to attack, is that any different? Uh, if the ray is not colliding, continue the timer to stop. Wait, what the heck is happening here? I assume that this is just continue. If it is colliding, go straight to this. If timer is stopped, start this. This is confusing. If we are not colliding, then if the timer is stopped, start the timer. Why the hell are you doing it that way? Just put this in there. Like, indentation, yes, it is freaking insane. 4 indents here, after just the function. I feel like a function for any ray colliding would be better. If that has hit and can combo and next indent. Okay. That's your check, whatever. Attack manager does start the next attack. Okay. If not attacking, the index is 0. Then if we're colliding, start the timer. Minimum time before attack. So that gives a delay for the start. And then on top of that, it gives a delay for the startup of the attack. This function is basically unchanged. It's just changed in a way that I don't like, I guess. Were there redundant calls? I extended the time by quite a bit, didn't I? Just how much did I put on there? Oh. Did I break the thing? Ah, come on. It was in here. That doesn't seem to be doing it. Lock time is set to 200, set to 100 again. Great, I broke something. Oh my goodness. Wait. I'm literally pressing Control Y. Okay. Is that seriously what broke it? Are you kidding me? Why does that break it? That is needed, for sure. Okay, that's just... I really don't like how the rewrite is, because it's just not me who wrote it. I should ask it then if it wanted to do a major rewrite to one of my things. What would it do? Hmm. I feel incompetent from this, because I basically asked it for an answer to solve the problem for me, rather than me experimenting and learning through it. This was mostly mine. It worked fine before, and is just weirdly done now to me. There we go. Okay. My version of attack is shorter and has ascendance. What the heck, man? In that case, I'm gonna take mine back. Shorter. What's the dictionary? Thank you. You should have the same executed, right? Yeah. Well, that was well timed. That doesn't overwrite easily. What the heck? I see. No, it overwrote fine. It's just that the spacing was terrible. Okay. Okay. Mine was shorter and easier for me to understand. I should have given it a priority. Go with understandability, and shorter code. But I can't do anything about that. Anyways, started with no cleaners. I think this is when I'm getting hit, right? It's not a breaking error, but it's just an annoying error. Mm-hmm. Looking, time expires, go to pausing. Mm-hmm. How do I feel about it? I don't know. I don't fully know. uses more words, but it's just I don't like how to set up. Okay, as much. All right, I guess I'll just start working on the video then. Some more. Can I delete that session? Okay, audio recording. Once again, it's coming out on the laptop. Obsidian. Where is it? What was I talking about yesterday? Mm, Did I mention the video? Mm, mm, yeah. Yes, yes, I think. Okay. The next thing is mentioning this. Okay. Mm, yes, so I got down to input directions. Mm, mm-hmm. Do not want to overrate it. Start for a list of a singular frame. Mm. Uh, uh, in code, here is a miniature version of what this looks like for just the directions of up and down. Mm, okay. I don't know if that's actually a thing that exists. Which means I now from godot to check if frame inputs of frame.clear is a thing that I could do. Or just any array.clear. And this does remove all elements. Okay. And do this thing. This could crash. I don't actually know yet. If up and down, append neutral. If it's up, append up. If it's down, append down. Else append neutral. If there's nothing you press. Um, mm, uh, for simplicity, here is an example of this with just up and down. If you want the full code for it, you can see my video on managing inputs, where I also explain into more detail on how to manage those inputs. How do I do this better? Mm-hmm. A small version of this looks like this. That is this twice in less than, with no words in between. Mm. What this looks like in code is, as you can see on your screen, for just up and down. This is just a miniature version to make it easier to read and understand. A larger version is seen in my managing inputs video, which you can check out. Because I said the word wrong. Check out. Which you can check out. Tiny sliver that should exist. I don't need this part. Okay. Okay. The next thing we would do is save each frame. Next, we save each frame of inputs. Just each frame. Be careful of how it is done, because you need to duplicate the array so that it updates independently from past values. We'll pull up my godot to reference that. So I use resize and append for array input history, and buffer2 is the same. So array, it's size too big. Array push front, the thing not duplicate. I push the front, and what that looks like, I believe is printable somewhere. Somewhere there's a print input history. I can just print it. Don't need to deal with that thing right now. Okay, that audio is not okay to be literally everywhere. That's a problem. I'll put that in a list, or in the auto load. It's an auto load. Audio, no, auto load scripts. Yes, one hit audio manager function to do. Make sure audio has a range. Okay. How does my input history kind of look? I see left is the most recent, right is the most recent. So be careful how you're done using to duplicate, and the direction of which the values are saved also matters. As you need to be careful so that the values can be read properly. I don't have footage of what happens when the values change. I could make a small thing in the PowerPoint. Role building, address slides, input management slides. Okay, opened it, right? Yeah, it's loading. Yeah. My camera selected. Open. I want to edit this thing. Okay. I'll add a slide. Control M. Slide on array stuff. So first thing is if I have a list of A, and then I update that list. Smaller. How do I explain this? This is not. This is going to be a harder thing to explain. So if I do this, and then I change A, if I set A equal to B, then A equals B, then the list will turn into B's. Okay. Okay. This will be array dot append, and then on the other side, change the font size to a little less. Mm, mm. This could be a short, I think. The array, the dumb array stuff. Uh, I guess you just do this in code. I'm gonna be annoyed by the camera, I think. New scene, 2D, add camera, then set cam, this, then add script. I want to add a script to this thing. Node 2D, array, note, or vid. Okay. So, array, separate, H. Mhm. Same line and set okay, run the scene. Right again. Save, ready. Something to that, then change array 1. Does that not work? I'm sorry? Is the ready function just not the thing to do it? That's weird. Hold up. Does that do it? No. Is it just gone as a problem? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Ay, ay, ay. I'm not dot duplicating. I have given up. Does this actually show it? Because I don't, it looks the same. There we go. Okay. It's pointing out also a problem that I have. Hmm. Is my input history just bad? And I didn't notice? No, I used duplicate. What the heck? Okay. Alright, Okay, and then the next step would be to put these into the full input history. And then this can be a quiz spot. Okay. I need to say things. Quiz. There's a quiz. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how the quizzes work, so I have to see. Yeah. Mm. And I need to stop ordering that. There. Keep forgetting where I am mentally. For simplicity. Yeah. Uh, the next thing we need to do is put these frames inside our full input history. I'll quiz you on that and see, okay, which one of these three options is the correct choice? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Which one of these options is correct? The next thing we need to do is sort of this frame. Next, we save each frame. Okay. The next thing we need to do is save each of these frames into our full input history. Mm-hmm. And then I need to mention the quiz. On your screen, you should see three options. Stop, not three options. On your screen, you should see a few options for what that line of code would look like in Godot. Try it. I'll also be using the quiz feature again. On your screen, you should see a quiz for what the next line of code should be for adding everything to the full input history. There we go. Like this. On your screen, you should see quiz for what the next line of code should be for adding everything to the full input. Which I believe I do it in the same cycle. If this can close. then I need to search the input filter. Yeah, clear current, append. Okay. Yeah, I do it in the same cycle, it's just different for the function call. Um, hmm. Okay, I want to quiz them with the lines. Um, mhm. On your screen, just say on your screen. Hmm. On your screen, you should have a few options for what this line would look like. Try to pick the correct one in the quiz using mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Feel free to participate in the quiz or not. It's up to you. I'll wait a little moment for you to pause. So, okay, cut this down to size. This one. This is our seconds. Okay. The correct line is the one with dot duplicate in it. The reason we do this is the correct answer. Cut this part. Uh, I have a small bit of sample code just to show you why we have to use dot duplicate and why we can't just use append. I'm guessing I got caught in it. Yeah, okay. I'll set it is now, but I did not. That's it. During the timing. Oh well. Okay. Correct answer was dot duplicate. I have a bit of sample code just to show why this is the case and why we need to be careful about this. Hmm. Okay, then I show the code. Um, yeah. If I set the value, it's just the setting value, not going to do it. Mm. Can I simply just break my input history and show this to myself? Go on here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to run the projects. Stop that. Yeah. Okay, I'm on top of it, it's fine. Um, every value, all the values all at once change at the same time. I thought I had an option for hold. Oh wait, no, this is for attacks, which means it's just buffer press. Yeah, okay, so array, an array of integers. An array of integers. Yeah, I don't think so. So this, and this. In my input manager, I append that I clear it when it changes. We change a value. If I just do dot clear, does it also run this? Yeah, it also clears all of them. If I set this array to a type of constant array, and run it, does it not? No, it doesn't. Why? This is weird. This is the strange one, for me. If I then clear it, and then dot or append, this should be a good example, right? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go pray and then come back, and we'll continue from here for this example for now. semicolon, and returned. And I should change this to both 5. Okay. Alrighty. What did I leave us? Mm-hmm. So let me explain what the code is doing. The code is just our input of the frame, our inner array. Mm. The inner array represents our inputs for this frame, and the outer array represents the full input history. When we add a value to the inner array, without duplicating, rotation, two frames. Just depends. I believe that the same problem comes up, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. It would be wonderful to have this next to me to just see what I'm doing. That is the wrong thing that I just pulled over there. This should go back here. This comes here. Okay. Nice. Alright. explain this. In this example, we have a frame that gets added to our input history twice. We then just print it out to see what that information looks like displayed. We then clear the input history as if we're going to another frame. And then we add, no, I'm going to do that again. Also, I don't think the code is correct. Okay. Mm-hmm. You can see all the information there. We add, we have this line. When we add something to an array, we're actually adding a reference to the original array. So if we add two of them to the full history and print it, we can see that they're the same thing. However, if we then change it, either one of them, if we just change the frame without even touching the input history, we would change everything inside of the input history. I think arrows on a slideshow might be nice. So array stuff, so let me delete this text box because it's bad. Arrow, line, pointing somewhere from someplace to someplace. Okay. Text, why did they change the UI so much? Text, okay. Mhm. This visual, I think, helps. And then duplicate slide. Okay. And then duplicate slide. This is liberation sense. This is also liberation sense, I'm sorry. Okay. Making visuals is a choice. Mm. Have a bit of sample code. I have an example. I'll explain this using some visuals, uh, going slowly as to what is happening. Uh, so we start off with this, which is looking out at this. We don't have this code yet. Then we have these two lines, which updates it from 1, 10, 100. This then updates that value, but it does not update input history. So when we print input history, so when we print input history, this gives us I have deja vu of this happening. This goes from there to should input history be there or should it be like up over here? Uh, hmm. Then duplicate this slide. Change this to dot duplicate. I really don't know what the best way to do this visually is. And this is like a code explanation, not a visual explanation. Let's say I'm looking at a box, okay? Or a specific spot. If I'm looking at a spot and I want to know what's in that spot, I press print. Um, if we all look at the same spot and everyone asks us, and anyone asks any of us, what is in the box, and we go to look, we will all give the same answer. I don't know. Control M. That's Control H. Control M. Box example. My phone is ringing. Ignoring the alarm. Alright. Let's say that this box has the number 5 in it. If I look at that box, arrow, and my friend look at that box, we're looking at the same box. We're both looking at the same box. If the value of that box changes, so duplicate this, some text, text tool, we will say 5. If we say here, 5 as well. Okay. Alright. Duplicate this slide. This is what happens when we use append without duplicate. Okay. Okay. If the value in the box changes to something like 99, then both of us will change the value to 99. Duplicate slide. What is actually happening? Um, okay. Maybe this is finally the example that will seal the deal on my insecurity of having a good example to explain this thing. Okay. Slideshow. Minimize. Put to the side. And then just here. Okay. Uh, Here's a bit of a visual example on why this is important. When we use just append, we are essentially saying that everybody looks at the same box. And if that box has the number 5 in it, if you ask any one of us what that number is, we'll say 5. And then if that box changes from 5 to 99, if you ask us again, we're both going to say the same thing of 99. However, when we use append and duplicate, we essentially have our own boxes. So when you ask one of us what is the number in the box, we will probably give the same answer if they're the same number. I think starting around here we get which I think is fine. Boxes. Mm-hmm. What this allows us to do is change one person's answer without changing the other person's answer. Is that enough? So when you make this change and then ask us again, we will each give a different answer. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The reason we need to do this is because each frame contains its own set of information separate from the frame before it or the frame after it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is done. And I think no, these ones are bad. Okay, that is done. I've explained probably the most complicated thing to explain. Just sample code, visual, smile face, visualize. Okay, I am concerned I said looking at and then each have somewhere. Record. We are essentially looking at different boxes. Okay. So that's the main hard part, I believe. Um, um, mm, okay. Okay, we have now taken input, stored for this frame, storing input history. Okay. Mm, okay. Do I want to include like the code example? They already picked, they know why we have to do it now. I don't need to, do I need to show them? I could show them, but I kind of showed them visually, so I don't think I need to show them with code. Um, so I think that's fine. Showed visually, so no need to show with code. Okay, next, we now have a full input history. We now we're taking in the input history of our players' inputs. Out to the mm -hmm. Mm -hmm. actually. Can I select everything past a specific point? I don't know what that key is. Fightvaina. Ardor help. Okay. How do I select everything past a point? Is there a keyboard shortcut? What about after the playhead? That's gonna be very mad. Same answer. Okay. That's really weird. You said Control Shift P. Shift Control P. That is not doing it. Wrong. It didn't work. Edit, select. All after. Edit, select all after. Why? You know what? Maybe it's as simple as shift click. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I might use UI underscore up, UI underscore down, actually. Just for people who are following along and don't want to figure that out. Yeah, UI up. Okay. Put that there. I put that back there. Continue from this. Yeah. Auto-rotation player inputs. We can start with making a sequence reader. Let me see if I can rewrite my sequence reader better. This is general inquiry, not general inquiry fightvaina. Okay. Is there a mature way to write my sequence reader? Refresh. Okay. Mm. Mm. Wrong digit index, wrong digit. Current digit 10, current digit index I, inputs and input history, the size. Okay, current digit. You use dot has? Oh wait, no, that makes sense because it's a nested thing. Digit, okay. The last part here? Oh, current index is just useless. Can I do that right? Does this even need to exist? Okay. How is input stored in memory? How is input as a value? Is it a number or an array? Because I'm unsure if we can get rid of current index if it doesn't cooperate. Mm, So I should supposedly be able to just cut this and this one. Wait, was it just unused? Oh, there it is. If I run this now, I feel like it's going to just break on me. Oh, I never fixed dashing. Whoops. Um, the dot duplicate in here. What? Oh no, that line is actually breaking it. Hmm. For I and H dot size. I see. Okay. For index and this dot size. Oh, index no longer needs to exist. This and this, and then input underscore H bracket I, which is index, makes it slightly shorter. Why is it broken? Because that was a typo that I accidentally caused. Okay. Does that work then? If dash works, then yeah. Okay, that cleaned it up a little bit. I need to go function by function next time. That's just technically unnecessary. Okay. Mm, makes it nicer to read, easier to read because it's shorter. Why am I using current digit again? Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, I did make that choice. This is a thing that fits accepts the change in main for the sequence reader. Now that we're taking quotes, we can make a sequence reader. procedure to verify that the player has input a special move correctly. Okay. Take the input history. We can start making a sequence reader to verify that the player's inputs are being used. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sequence reader to verify that the player has input a special move correctly. And this is where things get trickier, probably. Right? Because I have like 6 functions in here. I believe I have up here actually a little bit of helpful. So get rid of this current index line. This one too. This one should be reference the index. This should be indexed. And this should be dot size. Index doesn't need to exist. Okay. These are the simplified versions. Yeah. So this is the reader I start with. Okay. 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 We can now start building our sequence reader, which would make sense to start with. For this, we'll have to look at the inputs of the frame. How do we show this, either visually or something else? Hmm. Okay. Actually, let's do a quick summary. Um, let's take a look at what our current code should look like. Um, uh, so combining our previous steps, I want a bit of mention on what the code looks like. This inputs of current frame should be cleared. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So, yeah. Once we add those two lines, our new code progress for the input reader looks like this. Just these three lines are added. Don't like that. Uh, code. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Uh, so let's make these additions to our previous code. Mm, we should also forget not to clear and make sure that we declare our input history. Uh, Let's make this addition to our code. We should also remember not to forget to clear the inputs of the frame, each cycle. We should also not forget to clear the current frame every cycle, and make sure that we actually declare the variable for input history. Mm, mm. We add the declaration of the input history, we add a clear for the inputs of the current frame, and we add the line we just talked about. However, I'm using push to front, as that's what I'm using in my current system. But it is very similar to append, except this goes to the front of the array instead of the back of the array. Okay. Alright. Okay. Next thing we need to do is start on the sequence reader, I think, right? Makes sense to do that. Because once we start reading the sequence, we can check it, make sure it's right. Section break sequence reader. Sure. Where did I declare this section for this thing? Okay, so I don't actually mention like sections. So what should we do if we wanted to make one? Well, if we look on YouTube, we find nothing. That's probably the first thing I should do here. Shift, move, shift, over here. So if we wanted to make one ourselves, how would we go about this? Well, see that there is a line there that is minuscule and definitely there still. Get rid of it. Right. Okay. I don't have section titles. Personally, I don't know. But this will help me identify that this is a section break. Indeed. Yeah, and then the next thing is input reading sequence thing thingamajig. Yeah. We know what our data looks like. Now we need to read it and verify it against a sequence. We'll start with the various one of the most common sequences, the quarter circle. Or the dash, actually. Actually, I think it would be. I think the dash would be starting with quarter circle and then going into dash would be funny. We could start with the most overlooked special. Okay. No, let's just keep it simple. Okay. You're taking in player's input. We can now verify that sequence. So, how do we build that sequence reader shenanigan thing? This one is a bit more complicated and returns a dictionary, which is not exactly the correct best thing. But yeah, that's because it actually updates if it's the most recent or not. So if I cut that part out and return but get or add, what is get or add? Because other than that, I don't need it. What function is this? I don't remember. Get or add. Oh, it's an array function. Or a dictionary function. Yeah, it's a dictionary function. Okay. How did it over? How does it actually work in the thing? Function getter add. Gets value and ensures key set. If key exists, this behaves like get, otherwise default value is inserted into the dictionary and is returned. I think it's writing something. It's writing this and then it's giving it the. And sequence is sequence splitter, sequence, the sequence we get. Yeah. Either gets index or as current sequence. Is there no add? Yes, there is no add, so that's why I use that? Okay. Alright. Alright. So we want a sequence to read and we want the input history. And we want to compare these two against each other. Okay. That these two are sequence reader. And go sequences. More index input history size. Yeah. The struggle is figuring out how do we actually explain this information with words. We take our input history and then we want to look through each thing. I have slides for this. That's why. God, gosh darn it. Okay. Okay. So let's actually write it out. I think then minimize this, put this over here next to it so I can actually write something out. Okay. Yeah. So let's go slowly. Okay. How this works is we take a look at our inputs. input history. History. And take a look at our input history. Looking for a specific sequence. Let's say quarter circle forward. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. You can then look at the oldest frame and check if there is a down input. Uh, you know what? I want to cause chaos. I want to cause pure chaos now, actually, now that I think about this. Uh, let's take uh, I'll just pick my new favorite. Specific sequence. I'll just pick my new favorite. Forward. Quarter circle up. Um, this is evil, but I like it so much. It's gonna be wonderful. Forward, quarter circle up. My new favorite input. I, my new favorite input, quarter circle. You know, at the oldest frame and check if there is a check if the first check if the forward input is pressed. If not, we can move on to the next frame. Like, do I read this forwards or do I read it backwards? Uh, I have it read backwards. Um, um, I guess that's one thing. Duplicate slide. Okay. But what if I then look for Okay, and then which comes first? Forward quarter circle up, or down quarter circle forward. Okay. Okay. On to the next tree. We do this until we have the correct the full sequence. Full sequence, then we indicate that it is valid. If not, we can move on to the next frame and check again. Okay. And then we also, once we find our first input, we can check it off, then continue checking the ones ahead. And check on the frames. Frames. And indicate it is valid, or until we don't have, or until we have checked everything. Everything. Yeah. Well, that it is valid, or we have checked everything. Indicate that it's valid. Okay. If we've indicated that it's valid, which means they inputted it correctly and in time, or we do this until we have the full sequence, or we reach the end of the history. History. Mm-hmm. If we find a valid sequence, we mark it, and can use it for other things. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is. I want to mark this with like italics, I guess. Um, mm, okay. I'm gonna leave it there. It's been a while. I need to go have some food and stuff. But other than this, what if we have two valid sequences? Um, then we want the most recent. Does it matter which direction I read it from? Mm, maybe it'll come up when working through the other parts. Uh, mm, we have two more valid sequences. Okay, how do we add attack button support? Hmm. I should ask actually also, is there a better way to do the input buffering more buffering with the attack buttons in code? Godot, because if I go to it, resize and append no, sequence splitter also no. This thing is movement manager, single input check. I believe that this is used to buffer. Yes. Uh, Single input check, buffered array, buffered. The buffer check, I believe, was also single input check. Oh no, buffer check is the thing. A better way to do the input buffering with the attack buttons in code is I feel there are a lot of steps for it, and I am not sure if I like the single input check function. I wish there was a frame by frame mode in some of the other games. I could test, okay, how does it feel actually? Um, uh, uh, hmm. Buffer attack button. When the button is pressed, add it those max buffer frames. Um, hmm, this is quite not something. Hmm. 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 No looping through arrays every frame. Buffer naturally expires by counting down. Adding or removing buttons just one line each. The check is one dictionary lookup instead of a nested loop. Makes obvious exactly how many frames each button stays buffered for. But then the problem comes, how would I re-display it all? on UI. That is my counter argument. Mm-hmm. How many nested calls of 4x in array are done for a single motion? A sequence digit count 3 to 4 digits max. Or a button per state, which is where the multiplication gets large. But all nulls are gone first. All nulls are gotten rid of first. So if we did use your attack button code, what loop or loops would be reduced? So all I save is 5 loops, or whatever that number is going to be. It's not a lot. I do like clarity. I do want clarity. T in the input manager, so I need to do that for the code. Um, what functions are no longer needed if we do your method, and be aware that for the inputs, oh wait, I think it probably is just aware of it already. So we remove 1, and we get 3. Let's buffer check. Buffer check and single input check would be the 2 functions that get changed. Solely for attack buttons, but that doesn't look reasonable. Base size and append to array. Still needed. Array may no longer need a separate. Fully kept, yeah, okay. New functions called an input filter just pressed is attack button buffered. Place a single input check. Called every process frame. Could I combine the tick with another function or no? It is a small thing, but one reason to keep them separate. And I don't dash handler, jump handler, and then flip logic as well. So these 3 would be gone, and the movement manager maybe. This would be gone. This would be gone. The sequence splitter would stay. This would be gone. Or no, this would be the same. This would be the same. This would be the same. It's fairly... I think it's clear because it's the repetition that's used. Choose get actions. Partial key is the player on the floor is facing right. Single input check. That gives me the 3rd one. Which would be the better one to be in a video? That is my main concern. Which one is easier to understand? If we try to do it, what about rewriting the function? Okay. Is there a way to use the to do it without my method or yours because I want one that is good for video for video clarity. How would you teach my method? Is the sequence not size is greater than check? Did the player do the motion? Did they press the button recently? Return true, return false. I check the attack button before I check the sequence. Get valid sequence. Is this used anywhere? Save. I need to check the AI review because this single input check is not used in that. I actually might want to. Fightvaina, terminal, fix, that, dust. Add. Add space dot, sorry. Status. Get branch. AI tab. I don't want to hit twice. Oh, sorry, get checkout. Yeah. Some of the CPU stuff, but not all. Yes, yes, okay, and then get checkout and code review. My branch is updated. Godot will reload from disk. Input manager, please and thank you. This is the shortened one. Is this still used 4 times? One here. One here. And one there. So it's called for the buffer. And it's called for the most recent attack button used. It's used for the combo attack system. What? Wait, one second. Is single input check and sequence reader the same? Function? Kinda? Let's see why I have them separate. My attack inputs are 2 digits. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna end the stream here. My brain is tired. Okay. I think I'll try to finish or work on the video more tomorrow. Other than that.